Chat. Hello. I'm here. I'm gonna leave the game going because I'm eating and I have nothing to show on screen. I'll show you what we're doing briefly. We're just gonna hang out while I work on my crochet projects. But for now, while I eat, we're gonna keep playing words. Hope we're all doing well. I am here. I am just munching on the foods. Yeah, I've got food. Hope we're all having a good day so far, though. Words are hard. You ever just not have your brain present? That's my brain, like, a lot of the time. Look at us go, though. We're getting all these words. So what are y'all having for dinner tonight, chat? I'm just having some leftovers tonight. Or tuna casserole. That was the next word I was about to put in there if anyone else didn't get it. There's another L-I word. Kitty, this is not the time for you to be on my desk. Now I have to fend you off with the bottle of lotion again. Oh. No desk for Kitty. I just have to fend her off with whatever's in reach so she doesn't just come into the middle of my desk. She's so funny. 90% of the time she won't do this unless I'm sitting down to stream or record. Oh, that's a lot of words. Yo! With the big word already. So the O is fake. I've been just clearing out all of the letters in one fell swoop. The brain is filling with O words. Hello! Well, I guess I can go through and say hi to everybody while I eat. That works. Alright, let's see who all we got here. We got Nightshade, we got Wolf, we got Rabid, we got Tim. Hello, welcome in everybody. Hope we're all doing good today. That was a rough one. The brains were not braining for that. Hot spot in the food. Don't mind if I just yoink the smaller word from the big word. Oh, it's so helpful when there's a small word contained in the big word. Ah, soda. Much better. A few more words here. There we go. There's the win, chat. Alright. Now we are free of the word game. Alright. How we all doing today though, chat? Hope we've all had good days so far. Sorry again that we didn't get to do the subathon today. I just woke up not feeling great. So I wanted to just kind of take the day and chill out a little bit more. Hopefully we'll either do the actual subathon Monday or Wednesday next week. I can't do it on Friday next week because I won't be here for well, at least part of the day. I don't know what time I'm leaving Friday, but I have to head up north, for PAX on Friday. That way I don't have to drive the entire way Saturday. Because while doable, it's not exactly ideal. Soften your face with what? Share the foods. What you got. So yeah, mostly we're just gonna hang out today and keep things chill while I tie off and, like, weave in my ends here. And if I start to drift off camera, just, like, yell at me. Like, Arcade, we can't see! But yeah, I still got some other things worked on today to try to keep today productive. Got a YouTube short and a TikTok uploaded today, and TikTok did not yeet it from existence this time. Lovely. Love to see it. We love to have our content not randomly removed for no reason. Mac and cheese and a pork chop, let's go! Feeling better than you were yesterday? Mom and you went to Chinese for lunch, had some soup. Ooh. It was definitely a soup day today. I should have had some soup earlier. The rain came down hard earlier and it was just like, ugh, gross. But yeah, I'm not too terribly, like, sick or anything, just feeling a little off. Stomach is just a little bit like, hey, maybe don't have a whole bunch of spoonfuls of random condiments today. Because that sounds awful. And I went, I think that's a good idea. but I don't want to deprive you guys of your subathon shenanigans, so I figured it would just be better to reschedule instead. It's really hard not to cut anything important off of this. Gotta love weaving in the ends on granny squares. Everybody's favorite part of the whole project, right? Billion squares that all need ends weaved in. I don't even actually know like how you're supposed to weave the ends in on things. I just kind of do whatever to make them hide. I don't know if there's like a specific technique you're supposed to be using, but like I just find a spot where they seem like they'll hide really nicely and I just kind of shove the yarn there. That's most of my plan. I know it's not particularly interesting, but I didn't want to play any super stressful games today. Nightshade, thank you for that hydrate. Don't worry, I've got water. You? But yeah, I spent most of the rest of today learning how to rig my new VTuber model. That's what I've been up to. It's definitely a little scuffed, but like at the same time, I think it's really coming along. Partially. Where did that one? Hard to tell on that one. Shenanigans and into the art. You don't have to worry about it. Oh, this whole curve. Get it through curve. No. Stab. Go. That curve should hold it in place pretty well. A spot on this that I need. Yeah, I need to merge the edges together. I don't necessarily potentially just use ends that are already here to do it. Yeah, the way these stick out, I don't love, so thing I can do to make them seal together, I guess, better. How do I want entirely sure. We're gonna end up phone ringing. I'm not gonna go answer that. That's probably spam. It's fine. Ton of yarn here. Probably there are ways to match the out how clean can I make this, or if it's just going to cause problems. Don't just cause problems. I say as both ends immediately come out of the tapestry. I did eventually find my embroidery needle so that I could weave the ends in on the tiny flowers that I was worried about, and that worked out perfectly. Tapestry needle was a little bit too big for them because I was I was working with this stuff, so it's much thinner. You can just tell, but yeah, it's much thinner, and so it weaves much tighter, and so trying to get this big tapestry needle to go between such tight weave is not a fun time. So instead I went and found out where I put my embroidery stuff. So I had a much smaller needle to do my end weaving with. I also found a little pink tomato for all my pins and stuff. So, I had lost this for a while and didn't know where I put it. Turns out, I put it with my embroidery stuff. That checks out and makes sense. I was so sad I didn't know where it went, and then I went looking for that embroidery needle and I found it, and I was like, oh, see, that would have been a smart place to check. And yet, I did not. Gotta love when you don't check the smart place to check. Why would I ever check the smart places? That would be silly. What kind of crafts do y'all do, Chad? You guys do any fun creative stuff? Soft. Back this one once. Knot it to that down real good. It's all short like that. You kind of gotta get shenanigan-y to tie things off. Okay. That down. Okay. That kind of holds that together a little bit more flush than it was. Was there probably a better way to do that? 100%. But, yeah, well. Now I just gotta weave that. Leave that away so that we never have to look at it again. You know. Could also show you I finished another little stress ball guy. Yesterday? Yesterday. Don't love that. Amaris, hello! Great, but it's fine. Don't look cool. Hide it. Nope, it's peeking back out. Okay, we're gonna cut that even shorter. Fine, be that way. Uh... Nora, I swear to God, there is no room for you here. Don't do it. No, no, no. There is no room on this desk for you. I'm watching you. There is no room on this desk. I made a butterfly one. It's upside down for you. No. Pandora? No, put that foot back up there. There is no room. But yeah, I made a little butterfly guy. He's got a stress ball. And there's a cat on the desk. Gosh darn you. Who dork. I can't see chat when you sit there. There you are. Well, chat, behold. Cat. That spot is good. Hi, kitty. Could bring this high here if I wanted to. Probably don't need to, though. What I do need is I need to do the other side here. I need to remember how the yuck I just did the same thing on the other side. Can't step on it. Don't step on that. Just be steppin'. Ends are much shorter. Theoretically, I could go and just tie them together. Or the other side right next. That's weird. Alright, we're gonna be a little lazy on this side, and we're just gonna tie a knot. It just wants to hold itself together, that's great. The other side just wasn't set up in a way to do this, but this side is, because consistency. Whee! And boom, that's gonna hold just fine. Now we must hide these ends in this. Somehow. Good thing chat loves you, Pandora. Really, baby. I do appreciate that you're just sitting there, though, and that you're not attempting to smack my hand. Normally, roll all over the place. Not make a liar out of me. I love you. Them's the rules. You're on the desk, you get kisses. But yeah, normally she'll just start rolling all over the place in an attempt to have my full undivided attention. What are you doing? You cannot have the empty tunable. That is simply not an option. You are walking all over. It is a good thing this is for mom, and she will 100% understand this. Hi, sweetie. This is the content you're all here for, right, chat? Cat butt. The content you pay for. Good thing you don't go after the scrap yarn pile. Okay, so there's those corner pieces held together a bit more firmly. So, back to just generically in my ends. Don't kick. Are you gonna purr loud enough for chat to hear you? Purr loud enough for the chat to hear you? Probably not. Sometimes you purr loud enough. We feeling quiet today? Is it because it's rainy and that it's upsetting because you can't go run around outside? I mean, you could, you just wouldn't like it. Yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed yesterday's YouTube video. I had a request for Buckshot Roulette, and since it finally came to Steam, I was like, you know, perfect. A little YouTube recording. I'm gonna add that game to the wheel spin for uh for the big wheel, because the big wheel has games on it, and I feel like Buckshot Roulette is a good one for the wheel because it's like infinitely replayable. Hey, we're standing back up. Yeah, is that what we're doing? But yeah, I think that's a good game to put on the big wheel. Not really a game I can do multiple YouTube videos for, So unfortunately that was pretty much just like a one-off video, which is fine. Um, we will be starting a new series on Monday. I can day of the week. It's already ready for posting. I just need to make a thumbnail for it. Hi, you were just staring me down, silly baby. Unstuck. Unstuck. Why are you stuck? What's stuck? There we go. Stuck rude. Baby, they can't even see what you're doing. Hey, nice, Maris. Got your seal gilded and everything. Been going ham on Solstice. Baby, you're just stretching across the whole thing. But you're sitting on my scissors now. Yippee! Yippee! Don't you? Okay. Really? You're just gonna lay across the whole thing. Or pressing on my arm. Hi. Good thing you put your claws away. Gosh, Pan, you are so funny. Wasn't for the scissors part, I swear. It's fine, it's fine. I'm sure that's her reaction. I'm sitting on your scissors, yippee! I'm like, no. Like, baby, that's not the answer. Sure seems to be having fun, though, huh? Aren't you? Aren't you having fun? What's in your hand? Scissors. No! Exactly. A knife! Hi. Your paws are like knives. Be careful, please. I feel like I can't move this arm. Almost had a flawless prophecy clear. Let's go. So close. Flawless victory. Having fun there. Careful. Oh, jeez. Oh, yes. Clean yourself. Thank you. As soon as you saw her paw on it testing the waters. Yeah, pretty much. I'm gonna have to wash this because you're just sticking your butt all over it. Been playing Breath of the Wild for the past 4 days. Ooh. Managed to get almost everything complete. Let's go. Full completions. Okay, pick a spot. Pick a spot there, Grump Butt. Chat needs to be able to see something. Oh, are we over it? What did you talk over? She's so messy. Anyways, back to doing the thing. MP said to 3-phase the boss, you die in the area for grabbing the motes to get to the second phase. No! Sad day. I had 160 Korok seeds to start from when you played it some time ago. Got to 402 in these past 4 days. Oh gosh. Are you working off like a guide or are you just like going for it? Neither answer is wrong. Not judging. Yeah, sad day when you have an almost flawless run and then yo, it's always a death to something stupid too, where you're just like, fuck you. That's garbage. Give me the yarn. Died to a taken night. No. Getting the locations from Zelda Dungeon. That's fair, that's fair. We gotta love helpful resources like that make you not want to pull all your hair out. I probably wouldn't be struggling to get these in if I was just doing one string at a time instead of two. But, you know. When do I make things easy? That would be ridiculous. It's been such a wild journey learning how to rig my new model chat. Uh, the past couple days I've gotten, like, mostly just the eyes rigged. Uh, eyes, eyebrow, and I'm starting to work on, like, the head rotation for it. People that, like, this is what they do, damn, this shit's crazy. People are absolute wizards. You're coming back? Hi. Welcome back. And another stretch. What is up with you? Normally when you walk away, you're done. But now we're back? Yeah? Yeah, there's definitely things I would do differently with my new model now that I've learned things. Um, and I might, like, go through, do the scuffed version, then go back, fix the art, and re-rig it with the knowledge I have, but just, like, go through it scuffed first just to, like, get the learning experience. But, like, overall, even scuffed, it doesn't look horrible. So I've been pretty proud of myself for my progress on it so far. Causing so much chaos on your hunter since you did dual destiny with peace earlier. Got the cloak you wanted. Nice. Yeah, I need to go back and finish that at some point. That is a rough mission. Rotate again. To go on a higher spot. Okay, go in there. To remove the rest of my nail polish. Hands look ridiculous. So I can put a fresh, nice looking coat on. I'll probably do that at some point next week, right before PAX. Yeah, since there's nothing on screen for me really, I'm just looking at the OBS window to make sure I'm staying in frame for you guys. As well as to make sure that the VTuber model doesn't stay dead because I'm looking down and not up at the camera. Can't always track my face since I'm having to look down to work on the project. Probably wouldn't be an issue if I put my camera a little bit lower, which I still might do. I just need to grab the other tripod for it. 'Cause initially I had it on the camera that this camera's on, and now it's in a different spot. I don't hate its current spot, I just don't love its current spot, you know? It was so exciting to try this on Mom, how it fits, because it actually fits well, so I'm really happy with that. I'll have to figure out what we're going to use to lace it, though. Unless I do like a braided yarn cord or something, we'll have to get something else, and I don't know what to use. I don't know how to braid yarn. Not like in a fancy way. I could do like a basic ass braid, but like but yeah, the lacing will just go through the holes that are naturally in the granny square to lace the whole thing up. But I didn't actually put normal lacing holes in it, which is fine. I was trying to decide if I was gonna. I'll just tie it up. It's not going. Probably far enough down. I wish this was attached to lacer right here, but it's fine. Not sure how I would do this project differently if I were to do it again, and I'd like to do it again because I'd like to make more of these in different like square patterns and colors and stuff. Part of me thinks I should have made this daisies, but I thought it would look really pretty on flowers. I actually that one in properly. Probably actually worked that in properly as I went for once. Yeah, mostly I just want to do it with someone that hasn't already done it. I don't love being just like ran through shit. I like experiencing it. But at this rate, finding someone that hasn't done it that wants to, a whole fucking task. Hopefully, mom will be available soon to try again. Might see if she's available after the next reset should be Act 3, right? Or is that the week after? I know it's coming up soon. Getting closer. Ooh, computer got loud for a second there. I was like, why? Oh, there went the headset. That's fine. I'm not really listening to anything. I guess I don't technically. I'm gonna leave it on in case. That's fine. I just. I know next reset solstice is gone, but I don't know if it's actually the start of Act 3 or if we have another long gap between. Hopefully it's Act 3. Act 3 does start on reset day. Thank goodness. I'm glad we had at least solstice for part of the break. But my gosh. You ever finish getting Peace caught up on that? I know Peace hasn't finished the. They finished the main part of the story, but I don't think they finished the specimens, huh? I don't know. It's fine. I guess I should show you guys for people wondering what the fuck I'm making here. Kind of see it. It's like a vest type thing. Like an underbust corset vest situation. Oh god, none of my other classes are caught up. Not even a little bit. My hunter is the only one caught up. That's good enough for me. I've needed the motivation to weed ends it so badly. Dream's a perfect, right? This is how we should be using our time. Had to get done eventually. I had so many projects back up that it was so hard to want to work on any of them. I'm glad that I'm finally pressing on and getting them. But yeah, between there also now carries the exotic class item. I'm assuming probably if you've only done the mission before. I doubt he'll have it if you haven't done the mission. I could be wrong though. I would love to be wrong. Being wrong on that would be amazing. But I'm fairly sure. Any bunch of these have that. Okay, fine. Tiny brown thread for go. having you in a random location. Not sure though, haven't hopped on D2 at all today. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could hop on long enough to check, because he should be, it's Friday. He should be in the tower. I fucking haven't done any dares to get those fucking coins. I hate that they made the armor cost shit now instead of just being, like, glimmer. It is so beyond upsetting. They're just, like, forcing dares to be relevant. I'm like, I loved getting armor to catch up on armor sets I didn't have and finding cool new things for cosmetics, but I'm not gonna go play dares to do it. Thanks, have a nice day. The amount of dares I'd have to run every week to have enough coins and shit to get coins from any activity. Not enough. I had coins when they first made the change and I was still upset about it. Less coins. Don't want. Oh my god, trying to work backhandedly. Go through the thing. It's so much Gambit last night just to finish the Solstice Pass. Oh gosh. I wish they would pay any attention to Gambit. I get that they've said that they're never going to, and that's so depressing. Gambit is fun. Give me more maps. Like, fine, don't do anything to, like, tweak its existence as far as, like, sustainability goes. But just, like, give me more maps. Max Strange Coin. Yeah, probably because you did frickin' Gambit all night. I don't do enough playlist activities to get coins. They brought back the Dreaming City map for Gambit. Wait, what? I know about the Dreaming City map for Crucible. They brought a new. They brought a new old Gambit map. What map is that? When did they do that? When did I not pay attention for a Gambit map? I'm assuming this has to have been recently. I stopped reading frickin' Wobs and Twids and whatever the fuck. To Google this so I can see what it looks like and see if I've been on it or if I just literally have not played enough Gambit recently. Is it like already in rotation or is this like they're going to bring it back? Don't make me do one yarn at a time. Too lazy for that. So much faster because I wouldn't be fighting it, but I'm not going to. 2 yarns at a time or no deal. One yarn at a time it is. Yeah, I need to Google to know what this map looks like because I'm too curious. This map look like? Oh, fuck! Cool. Why'd they ever take this away? Horrible decision. Good map, 10 out of 10. Put, put the thing down some. Oh, I left it in the thing. I was like, where did I put the tapestry needle? The amount of times I lose this thing right in front of my face, I swear. So bad. Come back from the ads. The Cathedral of Scars, they added Shadow Legion and Lucent Hive's enemies. What the fuck? When did. Okay, that's clearly recent. I'm like, when did they do this shit? Gosh darn it, now I gotta go fucking play Gambit. Out of this. Back in there. Rude to me. Other way. Lucent Hive is a pain to deal with. You see why Peace disliked Lucent Hive and Gambit. Lucent Hive is like the one, the light bearers, right? Ghosts and shit. Okay. I'm paying any amount of attention here. Do this chunk here, all the way across the bottom. Like, partial. Unraveled on. Very not helpful. Gotta crush the Hive Ghost and Gambit now as well. So does this, are there, sorry, the brain, are there, probably not, are there any primevals, or is it just, types, types. It was nice to see that Gambit got any amount of love. That's nice. Even if it's just a few small things. That's all we really wanted. I mean, again, they really don't need to do any, like, balancing changes or whatever. They don't need to put that much attention into it. We just want some new things as the game has come so far. I'd like to see the growth reflected in apps and enemy types, which they did. Same bosses, it's fine. Could be worse. I like that they added the 2 enemy types, though. I would love to see, new shit. Shadow Legion's great and all. I want to see the new shit. What the frick are the new enemies called? What's the fucking Witnesses faction called? I have a word in my head, but I don't think it's the right word, and so now my brain's just not happy with me. Sarybot is a good bot. Stan Sarybot. Yeah, those pains in the butts. At least you know what I'm talking about with my inability to communicate. like the dread or the dredge or something like that. No, I didn't think they were. I figured you would have said something if they had been. I would like them to be eventually, though. Oh, could you imagine, though, that enemy force and, like, a frickin' inside the Traveler map? Ah, it'd be so good! You know how Gambit maps have, like, 3 areas and then the central area anyways? They could use the 3 main areas from the Pale Heart as the 3 corners, and it'd be great. Ah! Bungie, give us more Gambit! I crave the cool shit. I love that you put Shadow Legion, Loosened Hive, and gave us back a map that you never should have taken away in the first place. However, going, please. And also, please say psych about the whole taking away the seasonal structure entirely. And please give more expansions again. I feel like they are getting dangerously close to irrevocably breaking everything that we know about the game. And not in a good way. I know people complain a lot about how the game is structured, but the current structure of the game is not bad. I don't think they needed to change acts. I don't think they needed to change seasons into acts to begin with. I don't feel like it's done anything for the game except change the name of it. It doesn't feel that different to me personally. And the idea that they might possibly not ever do new expansions and just change that entirely as well is also concerning. Because I don't know how they're going to do the content model at that point. Because if they get rid of expansions and only do it like seasonal content, you lose the ability to go and replay absolutely anything. It's like if they get rid of both, I don't know what method of putting out content they're going to have, or if the game is just going to die because they're literally just not going to put out content. It's very confusing at the moment, and I'm very concerned for the state of the game. And I don't know how much of it is rumors and how much of it is true at the moment. I would also love if they would keep, um, you know how they have the timeline now? I want them to do more with the timeline. If they, I know there's, someone said there was talks about them bringing back the Red War content, which please, yes, 100%. If they're not going to bring back the whole thing, give us more timeline missions so we can do the important missions from, like, Red War. Give us the main crucial, like, beats with a little, like, they gave us a huge, like, with the Forsaken missions. We can't go do Forsaken, but you can do the Memory of Cade stuff, and it gives you, like, flashbacks to everything that was relevant with that, including Pro. So, like, yeah, give cutscenes with talking about how we lost our light and the fight to get it back, and whatever they think the most important mission from that was, whether it's one where you're getting the light back, or where you're losing it to begin with, or when you're fighting what's his ass. Give us one of those, like something. Let Guardians experience where we came from. But also, please just give us back the entirety of, of Red War. I would love if there was an option to, like, fully replay story. Like, yeah, you can go redo story missions, but I would like to be able to just, like, fully restart a story thread from the beginning. Without having to just, like, reset my entire character, it'd be cool if I could reset story. Like, don't necessarily, like, give me, like, rewards for it. Like, obviously give me rewards, but, like, you don't have to, like, give me, like, double chests and stuff for doing it on Legend the first time, you know? Like, don't do that. Just give me, like, regular, you did content rewards. Yes, Sky from the beginning, and that, God, that emote. Gall, thank you, Amaris. But yeah, like, I would love to kick Gall's butt. I would love to refresh everything with Rasputin. I stuff with freaking Osiris. Because let me tell you right now, I do not remember Curse of Osiris at all, hardly. I remember, like, a handful of things. I remember being at what I can only assume was the lighthouse or something, probably. I remember Osiris being a teleporty weirdo, and I remember the boss fight because it was very memorable being snuck up on by my friends. Because I was doing a boss fight in some sort of, like, circle arena with a big dude above me or something, and all of a sudden I looked around and there was another guardian in the room, and I was like, what the fuck, who's that? Looks closer, oh, it's T-Poles! Favorite memory, 10 out of 10. Yeah, exactly, Sky. To be able to do, like, a type of New Game Plus where you can start story over, but it doesn't change your character in any way. Amazing. I don't actually know how Final Fantasies works, but I know they have it. And I know that it works. I just haven't done it before. But it'd be great if we could go back and replay story in its entirety. It would be great if, even if they don't bring back full expansions, like I wish they would, because it's content that people paid for at some point, that whole line done. Cool, we get to the middle. If they would at least bring back the key missions. Had to rush through a lot of old D2 content during the season of their arrivals before they vaulted it. I was very lucky that, I had already played through most of it on one character. I didn't care about doing it on my others at the time. I wish I had, because it would have been a great refresher of what the content fucking was. Uh, but I had other characters at the time. I think I had two characters. I had my warlock that didn't finish anything, and I had my hunter that finished almost everything. Uh, I know I finished Red War, but I didn't necessarily finish. Okay, here's the thing. If you look at my Destiny 2 review bullshit, I didn't finish a goddamn thing. I know I finished Red War. I must not have finished, like, the post Red War stuff that counts as Red War. I know I finished the main story in Curse of Osiris as well. Again, I must not have done the post main story shit. I did not finish Warmind. I did not. that was confusing, and I did not know what I was doing. It scales your current character to the level of the old story quest so you can play. Ah. So, like, when you're doing the stuff, you get scaled down, just like with, like, the dungeons and shit, basically. So it doesn't actually change your level, it just scales you when you're doing story, basically. And yeah, I mean that would work, because clearly these 2005 power level guardians don't need to be running around demolishing Red War. There's already other stuff that we get scaled to. It's like we get scaled for the raids and stuff. That's why frickin' nope. Why Last Wish isn't. Don't fucking steamroll it. Just mostly steamroll it. Totally different. We don't fully steam. But yeah, they could totally do something like that New Game Plus style where you could go back and experience story that you've already done. Like, get all of the cutscenes and get in the thing. That's the kind of stuff a lot of us would love to see. Because it was so fun going back through Shadowkeep on Amaris's characters. And going through and doing it on the characters that I hadn't done it on yet. Again, at the time, I hadn't really been doing, like, my Warlock and my Titan. And Amaris hadn't done it on, I think, Titan and Hunter, and Peace also hadn't done it on all their characters, and so, like, we went back through on all of us and replayed that shit so much. And it was fun. It was fun getting back to replaying that, and, like, I don't have anybody to replay it with now. And we all love listening to Eris Morn scream that everybody's insufferable. that is around the time that I like started paying attention to Destiny again. I think I'd had like a drop off point. I played initially because of Pat, but I don't remember when I started. I think I first started playing Destiny when Forsaken came out. I think watching Pat play Forsaken was my first Destiny experience. I've been watching him raids before Forsaken, but yeah. Still pissed that your review shows that you have never done Last Wish. You've done Last Wish so many times. It shows that you have done Crown of Sorrow when in fact you haven't. Yeah, God, I'm so hopeful that they keep bringing back raids and stuff. I know they're going through all of like the D1 raids first, but I super hope that after the next, what is it, the last two D1 raids that they're bringing back, I think that's all that's left is just two more. I hope that they go through and bring back all of the other ones too from that were D2 content already. I'd love it if they brought back all of the little mini raids, whatever those were called. I know they had a different name. I would love all of that. I was so hopeful when Season of the Haunted came out and people were talking about what the new raid was going to be. I prayed with every fiber of my being that they were going to bring back a Leviathan raid and just cover it in that haunted egregore goo shit and just make it all like red and spooky looking. I was like, please, I crave this. They did not, obviously. We love Saribot. Saribot's best bot. But yeah, I was so craving for them to do a Leviathan reboot at that point. It was the perfect time for a Leviathan reboot. Even if they just brought back regular Leviathan at that point, you can't tell me that that would not have been the perfect time to bring back a Leviathan raid. Like, you brought back the Leviathan itself. Bring back the raid. And then they did not, and I was sad, and I was like, no. Right? Haunted Leviathan would have been amazing. I mean, could you imagine, like, honestly, it could have been the exact same raid, just reskinned, and I wouldn't have cared. But could you imagine if they had, like, actually, like, fully reworked the raids so the encounters were different and everything, but it was just the same location, but spooky and different? Like, two different raids that take place in the same area. I would have been happy with identical raids that just were reskinned, but like there were so many cool opportunities when they did the Haunted Leviathan and they didn't, and I was like, why? I actually really liked Season of the Haunted. I think that was like my favorite laggy Haunted Spire raid. You're talking about what is it? Was Spire of Stars or whatever? That one of the mini raids or was that one full raid? It's before my time, so I don't really. There was so many Leviathan raid slash mini raids. Let me see. What was the first raid that I saw? I need to look up the order they came out in again. Order. Rolling list of raids. Oh, I stand corrected. There's only one more Destiny 1 raid. Wrath of the Machine is the only one left. We already have Vault, Crota, and King's Fall. So Wrath is the only one left. That's exciting. Okay, Leviathan was the first raid. Then Eater of Worlds, Spire of Stars, Okay, then came Last Wish. I definitely wasn't around for the Last Wish raid. Scourge of the Past, Crown of Sorrow. Okay, I think Scourge of the Past would have been the first raid that I watched then. Although no, if I watched Pat play the beginning of Forsaken, I would have seen the Last Wish raid. Did I really not watch that? I wonder if that's before I was like fully watching Pat streams. I don't know. I feel like after I started watching Pat, I watched him fairly consistently. Did I really have missed? Huh. Fire Stars was such a laggy raid, never finished it because of the lag. I'm trying to think here. Did I don't think I watched them do Last Wish. I know if I did watch, they didn't finish because obviously only, I want to say 1.5 teams finished. Technicalities. Um, the first raid that I like paid attention to though would have been Scourge of the Past because I know I watched. I have two different raids in my brain, and I think it's Scourge and Crown of Sorrow. Crown of Sorrow is what my brain thinks of when it thinks of the Leviathan raid, but obviously the actual Leviathan raid would be that. But I clearly never watched anyone run that, so I've watched it since on YouTube, which is how I discovered that the the place that they gave us for Season of the Haunted is literally the Leviathan raid. Uh, but Scourge would have been the first raid that I like actually watched. Scourge is the one that has the meatball, right? The flaming meatball. That was, I think, the first one that I fully paid attention to watching, which is why when we got the Elixni encampment, I was like, oh my gosh, this is so cool. This is like the area where that raid starts. Report shows that you don't have a clear for crown. But you have 10. Oh, now it's at least showing your last wish. Well, I guess raid report's different from what Bungie gave us, but yeah. At least your raid report's accurate. Version with Flaming Meatball. Okay, yeah. So that was the first raid that I like really paid attention to watching. Uh that's also the one that had the because the meatball was the sparrow race section where if you didn't ride your sparrow perfectly, you got flaming meatballed. Right? Yeah. That's the first one that I watched. I don't super remember the rest of that raid. But after that one, um, Crown of Sorrow, I remember a little bit more of because I know that it was that happened when we had that the season of opulence or whatever the fuck with the ship with all the gold and shit on it. I think I briefly got to interact with that ship. I just never got to do like the raid and stuff. I wasn't super in the game yet. It's when I was just starting to like really pay attention to what I was doing, but I was still so busy with college at that point. I was like early college. I mellowed out. But I remember that raid more distinctly because I remember them finding the lever that would have activated like the special challenge shit. I remember when that was a thing when there was like a lever for challenge mode stuff. Uh and I remember the room at the end as well with all of the gold and scary to do because you can't see behind you, but you can see the flame hue from the meatball chasing you. I remember how hard that was too, because that was a thing. Didn't everybody have to make it? Wasn't that what really made it so difficult, is that everybody had to make it? At least day one. I don't know about after that, but I feel like I remember day one everybody had to make it. No one could die during that, or you all died. Or was it just, or did just one person have to make it, but it was just really hard? It's been a long time. I wonder if I can find YouTube videos from like day ones of that, because it'd be really cool to watch. Go back and rewatch people's day one experiences. I think just one person had to make it. It was just really fucking hard for, must have been what it was, because I remember that section took a hot fucking minute. That was certainly one of those instances that if you didn't have always on time, you were just fucking screwed. Good luck day oneing that rate if you didn't have always on time. But I think that was back when Pat was rating. Was Pat rating with Jay back then? Yes? Yeah. That's fucking back in the day, huh? Now there's all sorts of different groups. I'm so bummed. I still haven't gotten to finish the new. I need to just, like, pick people and say, hey, pick a day. I just have not been in a contact other human beings mood. But yeah, I need to yoink, like, you, Amaris, Matt, Patrick, and, like, Morty. Maybe. I don't know if Tesh has done his run yet either. But I know you and Matt actually get to go finish it, because I thought Matt missed a whole chunk. Probably has finished it since, though. And you're missing the fucking first encounter still, goddammit. Unless you finally found a group to go finish that. I cannot believe that they didn't do first encounter for you. You came in clutch, though, to help us out day one. I felt so bad when my power went out. Pat and Jay have both done Flawless, Last Wish, and Scourge raids. Damn. Last Wish, that's the Petra's run thing, right? Yes? Yeah. That's that scary shit. I've flawlessed a couple of the dungeons. Solo flawless at that. I don't know why I felt the need. No, separate things. Soloed and flawless, not at the same time. Yeah, no, trying to do a Petra's would scare the shit out of me. Do you have to do it all in one go? Yeah, I'm assuming you have to do it all in one go, right? But that's the point of it, is if you die, it restarts entirely. Yeah. Wouldn't be much of a thing if it didn't restart entirely. That'd be kind of pointless. I know what I'm talking about. It's fine. yeah, I hope they keep bringing that stuff back for us to do, because it's been really cool to get to experience even like versions of raids that I've never done before. I never played Destiny 1 in the first place. It's still technically supported, right? They don't update it, but it still runs, right? That could be funny to go back and do at some point. Buy Destiny 1 and just I know the ammo economy was very different in that game though. We had the broken crafted weapons bug. Did a Petra run. Apollo had to finish the one jumping puzzle for you. Yeah, I remember a lot of people were taking advantage of that broke ass scenario. Like, yeah, I don't imagine that there's enough support for the game to be able to find people to necessarily like do the actual original raids with, but it'd be funny to go and do like the story that's available or something. Although we know enough people that played it that we could probably theoretically get a group together for that. Curious, let me see. I even I doubt it's not on Steam, right? Where would I have to like how would I buy that? My computer doesn't exactly do CDs if that's how I have to get it. I guess I could get a CD reader for it. PlayStation. Could I get it like on the PlayStation Store, like digitally, maybe? Do I have to, again, do I have to buy like an actual disc? Also, which PlayStation? PlayStation what? I guess these are questions I could just Google myself later. If I can at least get it on working on like my PS4, I don't have to like buy hardware. I think PS4 dope. That made the most sense. So I was like, it's not old enough to be like early PlayStation. PS4 I could do because I could just bring that in here and run the capture card. I have friends on the PlayStation. I don't use the PlayStation. Look into what it takes for that. Maybe make that a sub goal in the future at some point. We got two other sub goals to work through first, though. We've still got the Bloodborne sub goal for the end of till the end of this month, as well as the hero goal. But yeah, if people are interested, that would definitely be a fun sub goal in the future. Does Destiny 1 have like expansions or is it just I'm trying to figure out how much I'd have to buy here. I don't know what most of this. There are expansions. Okay. What this stuff runs anymore. You know, like whereabouts, how much is this gonna cost? Any expansions? I can't imagine it'll be too expensive at this point. The game's old enough. I wonder if any of it's on like the PlayStation Plus stuff to where I would just not have to pay for like individual. Because if enough stuff is on PlayStation Plus to make that worth it. I know that like Bloodborne is. I wasn't wanting to pay for PlayStation Plus for one game, but if I'd be paying for it for multiple games, it might be more worth it. I'll have to look at that. There's 4 expansions for D1? Oh god. I mean, it makes sense, but jeez. Not that many. It's just a lot when you're talking about the context of going back and buying an old, outdated game that's not supported anymore. Dark Below, House of Wolves, Taken King, and Rise of Iron. Those are dope-ass names. House of Wolves sounds dope as fuck. Gee, I wonder what raid came out during Taken King. Couldn't possibly have been King's Fall. Watch it have been Crotus. Oh, leave that raid up. Okay, so yeah, they've been going in order of when the raids were released. Because we got Vault of Glass first, then... Oh no, they're not, because we got King's Fall before Crota, didn't we? Going a little out of order, but there's only 4 of them, so... Yeah, Dark Below would have, if assuming they're in order, would have been Vault of Glass. House of Wolves would have been Crota's End. Taken King would have been King's Fall, and now Rise of Iron would have been Wrath of the Machine. Exciting. Definitely would be see like actual start of Destiny because I'm only like aware of Destiny so far as like Red War goes. Even back then, I wasn't super paying attention to everything. I was definitely paying more attention when I first started. Then there's a gap where I fall off, and now I pay more attention again. I am such an oblivious dingus though, because when I first started playing, my brain definitely, and they were roommates to me with Osiris and Saint. I fucking did not know they were a couple for the longest time. I don't think I realized until after we got Osiris back, more recently, when we got him back from Savathun's stuff, where we got the made that horrible tea. Because I think they kiss in that cutscene, and I was like, what? I was like, hey, wait a second. I'm like, how long has that been a thing? And chat's like, always. And I'm like, wow, I'm dense. Yeah, felt real fucking stupid when that happened. It's fine, though. Mostly same. I'm glad I'm not the only one that just didn't pay attention to context clues, as well as them probably directly stating it. Because, like, I'm sure it wasn't subtle, I just didn't pay attention. And you knew they were a couple but forgot. Well, I don't know. Maybe I did know and also just forgot, but, like, super mentally just did not. And then was like, oh. The two of them gotta stop doing dumb shit to put their lives in danger. They're really stressing us all out. After recent stuff, I'm like, I'm sorry, you guys need to chill. I need you to go see the stars together. Please stop trying to die. What happened here? I think this is on the inside. The stuff with Zavala recently stressed me out too. I remember when we first saw like the trailers and stuff, and Zavala's dark ass lines, we were all like, please don't go evil. And then they just gave us trauma instead. I can't believe we didn't get a Cade and Colonel reunion. I'm so upset about that. Like, Mara, if you were gonna bring the whole helm into the world anyways and, like, not follow orders, you at least could have brought Cade his chicken. Not that she had any reason to know to bring Cade's chicken, but I needed her to just know and bring the Colonel. Bro needed to use his sibling twin connection to just sit there and go, chicken, 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 at her. Because that's how that works, right? That's totally how that works. Almost done, chat. I'm almost out of threads. Grab a different project to finish. Start. They do indeed love to hit us with that emotional damage. I need to name my ghost. And by I need to name my ghost, I mean Bungie needs to actually give us an option to name our ghost and not just call it ghost. Like, they can call it ghost in like, cutscenes where there's, like, voice shit, but, like, other than that, I need my ghost's name to pop up in text. What would I name it? I have no fucking clue, but the poor thing needs a name. It needs to not just always be Ghost. I'd probably give it some fucking Sailor Moon ass name, let's be real. Or some Hollow Knight related name. Ah, there you go. My ghost is Cornifer. It's not. No, I don't actually know what I would name my ghost, though. So many people, like, just have already got picked out a name for their ghost, and I'm like, that's such a mistake.
Cheese.
Why can I not hear the cheese? Cheese. Where'd that cheese go? The alerts are supposedly turned on. I just suddenly cannot hear the cheese. That's weird, because didn't I hear the yippee earlier? Oh, my headset turned off, that's why. I'm silly. It's fine. Hold on, I can fix this. I can fix
Cheese.
I have unlimited points. I can play all the cheese I want.
Emotional damage!
Yes, all of the emotional damage. I still remember, because again, like, Forsaken's when I really started watching, like, Pat play and everything. But, like, I didn't really start paying attention until towards the end of Forsaken. Maybe that's why I never... Maybe that's why I never saw Last Wish. Maybe I came in halfway through Forsaken. Maybe that's what it was. I thought I was around for the beginning, but I must not have been paying attention if I was. But I was definitely around for the end, because I remember watching when we got to see the cutscene of Uldren coming back to life with the little ghost flying towards him and him waking up and everybody being pissed the fuck off. They were so mad. It was so funny. I had very little context. think that's all of the threads, chat. I think I'm done. Nope, I lied. Is there one on the other side too, or did I tie that one off? I tied... Where the fuck did you come from? Little shit. Hydrate. Thank you. There's my water. There we go. But yes, I remember watching everybody be so upset when Uldren revived. Obviously, at the time, we didn't know Crow, and we have come to love and understand that Crow is not Aldrin. Different people. But, like, at the time, ooh boy, was everybody mad. You know, you think that would have been a pretty good indication that, like, the Traveler is not besties with us? But no, we had to wait until Savathun got light. We didn't learn it with Aldrin. We really should have learned it with Aldrin. White Wolf, how's it going, my dude? We just hanging out today. How you been? But yeah, I don't know that I necessarily saw the beginning of Forsaken. I think I did, but I definitely saw the end. Because I remember the final battle with the different meatball. Uh, because Aldrin was a dumbass. And then I remember fucking shooting that dingus in the face. I swear, these threads just keep appearing. I checked this side. Where did you come from? Chat, they just keep appearing. Make them stop. Working on coding. Let's go. Very nice. Haven't done coding forever. What type of coding are you working on? Python. Never had to do Python. I just did like basic like HTML, CSS stuff. I don't remember like any of it. That was such a random class to have to take. It was an interesting class. I'm glad I took it. I don't remember any of it, but it was cool. Alright, now I think I'm free, chat. I think that is all of the threads. I don't think I can zoom this out, like, sideways. Can you see more? Oh, not really. But there we go. Yeah, it's like an underbust, like, corset vest type deal. For my mom. And it fits her really well, too. We already did a sizing test on her to check all of that. It looks great. I swear, these fucking... They just keep appearing. Every time I think I'm done, I see another one. It is kitty approved, yes. The cat demanded to sit her butt on it, so I'll have to probably, like, either just, like, Lysol and call it a day, or fully wash it. I am scared to wash it, though. I'll have to be careful for it to not stretch too much, because I didn't block any of this. So, it's got room to stretch, unfortunately. It's fine. But yeah. There we go. I think that's finally all of the people. I'm free. Cool. Very nice. Okay, chat, we've been going for about 2 hours now. So we're gonna take a break while I, A, grab my next project to work on, and B, just general break stuff. So, you guys know the drill. Get up, stretch, get some food, get some water. Whatever it is that you need to make sure you're taking care of yourself. And we will be right back. Alrighty, chat. I'm back. I've got my shit. Now, you may be looking at this and you're like, Arcane, what the fuck is that? So this is actually a commission that I'm working on for my great aunt? My dad's aunt. So whatever that fucking is. Also partially upside down, I think. Go. So this is the supposed to eventually be the Dodge Super Bee logo. If anyone is familiar with car shit. But his bee wings, bee body, and he's got his little helmet on. I'm freehanding this. I don't have a pattern. So this is just kind of what it is looks like. Nothing is attached at all. It's fine. Pandora, welcome back. Hi. I cannot have you sit on this. It's one thing when you sit on something for mom. It's another thing when you sit on a commission. So yeah, this is the Dodge Super Bee. I need to make the tires for it now because yes, this bee has tires. I'm trying to decide if I want to make the tires chonky or flat. Flat doesn't feel like the right answer. I think they need to have some amount of dimension, not a lot. Like, I don't want them to stick off the body super far, but I do think they need to have some dimension. Go about to do. I could make the inner piece, like the inner part of the wheel well flat, and have it grow from there. Or I have a picture pulled up for me right now that you guys can't see, but if you look up the Dodge Super Bee logo, you'll know what I'm talking about here. I could just make the base part flat and have it come off of that as well. That's also an option. Making the individual piece that big a deal. It's trying to figure out how to make sure it maintains the shape I want it to have. So I might make a flat piece and have everything come off of that on both parts. Not necessarily how tires work, but it doesn't have to work like a real tire. That might work enough. Or I could just make it like a real tire. That is also an option. Hi, baby. Yes, regardless, I need to start making a shape and figure out how I feel about it as I go. Shoot, what size hook was I using my biggest? No, I was using the second biggest. I don't think I was actually the biggest one for this. Uh, ah, yes. Black yarn. Impossible to see. Yes. Oh, God, that's bright. At least you guys can actually see what I'm doing more or less now. Uh, Black yarn is such a menace to work with. It becomes so hard to see any of your stuff. Because, like, you get to a point where, like, you can't even, like, hardly see your stitches, and you're just left to, like, fucking guess. So awful. Fuzzy yarn in general is like that too. Black fuzzy yarn is an even bigger culprit. It's like the two most difficult things to work with because fuzzy yarn you can also really easily lose what you're doing. The first time I worked with fuzzy yarn was for my sister-in-law. I made her a birthday present out of fuzzy yarn and was like, oh, this stuff is a menace to society. Six started. Yes, you can't even like hardly. None of that looks separate, right? Hardly. Oh God, come on, pull the tail. There we go. Find where the first one started at. Why yarn? Awkwardly attacking the yarn until you get lucky enough to actually find where it does the. Aha! Now, actually use my stitch marker to know where that fucker sits at. Like scoot forward so I stop pulling this away from you guys. I need to be able to see it, but you guys need to be able to see it too. So if I just sit closer, I don't have to pull it as far back. Okay. Can chill over there. Okay, how the inner wheel well doesn't need to be very big because overall the whole thing needs to be smaller than my hand is tall. Yeah, it needs to be. I have a ruler somewhere, or I can just use objects around my room to. It needs to be about as tall as this chunk of my scissors. And so the inner part needs to be fairly small, all things considered. Honestly, I could probably just leave it this size and move on to the next color. Honestly, I probably could. Is that what I want? If that's what I loop back. If I'm switching, how do I want to switch? Freehanding patterns is so frustrating sometimes. If I close this in a way where no one can see the back, it doesn't matter. Liar, that's what you are. You're not the center pole. You are, though. Actually, I really should be writing down what I'm doing because I have to do this twice. I guess at least I have the stream as video evidence of what I've fucking done. Okay. So, then the wheel well needs come up and out. Just do one around. Answer is yes. Round once first. Then I find out. It'll either be right or it won't. To see their loops. Seeing what you're doing is overrated. I'm off. So hard to tell. That's right. I think I wrong spot some. Gosh darn it. Why are you so impossible to see what I'm doing? Oh, I might have gone into the wrong one with the... I might have gone into partial instead of actual. Might have gone into the connector instead of the actual. I can't fucking see. Trying to just feel my way. Don't. First one. Freaking black fuzzy. Ow. What am I doing? But yeah, I'm not much of a car person. So I really don't know anything about the Dodge Super Bee. I just know what it looks like. Got any car people in chat? Here likes cars. You're a car-ish person. Fair enough, fair enough. That actually have more super scattered, but I'd like to be able to count correct. As long as I know how many loops I have. Somehow I ended up with not 6. Whatever. Time to check and see what Zer has. Let me know if he's got anything worth my fucking time. Now from I need to increase out like not come out. It needs to set inner part really tiny. Bitty 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 bitty. Maybe I should have increased first so that there could be more of the interior visible. See what it looks like, because again, I have to try to preserve the scale a little bit. I have to flip this axis. Yeah, loop. I'll flip you back once you're done. Oh my god, give me. How did I get this far in the project? Might be the. Why aren't you the loop? Just be the loop! Do the rest of this in single crochets. Don't make me double crochet the tire. I would like to not to. I don't like how tight. I feel like I need to be able to see more of the inner part of the tire than that. Like, it's gonna scale right at this size, but I just don't like. Can't have it turn out much bigger than this, but it's making it really hard. Sure, what's showing up. I guess I could double crochet the inner part here to make it just a little bit bigger. That way it's not two single crochets bigger. Just a double crochet. Half. Just a double. I want this to be a little bit bigger. On. Fine. Heck you. I am not in the mood to try to untie a fuzzy knot. Gray out of the way here. So, our loop. 2. Now we have room. Our double. Okay. I like how big that's. Chain 1. Where was chain? Back in there. Love freehand. Shit, it's a whole lot of fucking back and forth. I'm really worried about the location of this light fucking up my monitor. Hold on. Okay, that's a little bit better. It's not any better for my fucking eyes, but better for my monitor. And I don't know that 6 is properly. That might be part of my. 6 is curl in on itself. We've only got like a half circle here. I might need more. So big. Not gonna be quite to scale, but gonna end up being a little bit bigger than I wanted. More than 6. just that many. Double crochets are really off the it curve in on itself a lot. Get small enough. Again. Okay, then have to be right at that point. Right back. Okay, not increasing right away didn't work. I don't want to just straight up double, because I want somewhat of an upward angle, so I might every other one would take us from 10 to 15. Inner piece is still curving in on itself too much. I want it to sit a lot flatter than it is. I don't think I'm going to get much of a off again. How the fuck am I off again? What the fuck? '15 should have ended. I don't have this issue with the non-chunky yarn. Bad headset. So many exotic class items for your warlock. Yeah, they really didn't think that through. Because gosh darn, we already have this issue with weapons, and now you're giving us armor that has random rolls too for to fill our fucking vaults with, as if we didn't already have storage issues. I believe it flat. I also need you to line up on the correct numbers. Why aren't you lining up on the? That's super fucking rude. Why is the math not mathing, chat? Fucking rude. Also do it in the back. It stand out more, but it would give me a line. So I'm using colors. Uh, not back loops, back post, back post. Like a little ridge, help it stand out better. But I think I would end up with a weird double color line. I don't know why the math isn't mathing though. That's where it's really. 13 exotic class items. Jeez. I don't fuck not. first loop and would make the first loop go bye-bye and become this loop. Don't bully me with your bullshit. Got it? No bullshit. Stop your bullshit. Theoretically, I did back posts on single. I think that would just give me a line that I don't want. Kind of. You know, because it's so fluffy, you can't even see the weird line. But there's no way I can like this. Also need to fix. Also, I think mom is home. Probably why the dogs are losing shit right now. Happening. I don't know. Okay, so the math at least mathed when I just fully. Now, what I need to decide is as far as scale goes, if I just transition right back into the black, how big it's getting. Might just transition directly back into the. Just do a one loop there. That. would have liked this to have a better slope to it, but it was just fucking eating the black entirely when I did. The partial increase was fucking. Alright, real quick, chat. I'm gonna go see if that was in fact mom so I can give her her vest real quick. I'll be right back. Okay. Was in fact the mom. She said that at the thing that she was at tonight, she was looking at the picture I sent her on her phone of the vest. Someone was looking over her shoulder and saw it and said that people would probably pay for that. And I'm like, yeah, probably. Oh, that's that. Wash that later. Oh well. At least it's just the case. The case for my mouth guard was on the ground, and of course my mouth guard's in it, which would not be on the floor because that goes in my mouth. But that's fine. Washes. Okay. Trying to figure out how what the fuck will be. Shape-wise, I would have preferred a bit more dimension with this, but not bad. That back through black up. Okay, now, in order to do... Ooh, bad light, don't do that. In order to do this next part, I think I need to probably double it again so that it gets wider, and then do the same amount so it goes back. Probably. Yeah. Y'all ever just pretend you know what I'm talking about? Oh boy, I do. I have to go back, getting disconnected. I had the same issue in the main body. I don't, it can, that can hide underneath for the most part, but I don't want that same issue in. At least I have a general idea what. Want this disconnect if I can figure out how I want to about a That kind of fix. I don't love what's happening there. Yeah, not that. Now that up a little. Now I should be down to the here. Back to that's what we that kind of fixed the issue. Not perfect, but it is better. There is a little bit of the might be able to just take some gray and stitch that closed to, hide the sins. skies, whatever the fuck's going. Try to pull a color through just again. But yeah, that's much cleaner than it was. Now there's only a little bit of shenanigans going on there. Okay, so I decided that I was going to again on the ground. Darn. Untangle everything. 6, right? Yeah. 'Math again. Two off somewhere. Off. so easy. This one. Big chunky stuff. Hands cramping. Ah.
cheese,
Oh my gosh. We should do. Heck. Can't wear the ones with the fingers. Sit weird, but I can at least wear my compression gloves on the rest of my hand. Okay, 20. That's looking pretty halfway. That's not bad. Okay. Not bad. Again, there's a little bit of a separation here, but it could be a lot worse. Could look like the back, but that's going on the inside. No one's gonna see that. It's fine. Okay. Scale we're looking pretty good on, I think. But yeah, I'm just gonna go straight back now. Little overall, it's gonna look a lot flatter than I would have liked. I would have liked if there could have been some actual like dimension in it. I might just have to settle for flat. I'd have to go quite a bit out of scale if I were going to do thing with more dimension than that. I don't really want to leave scale. The math finally mathed, but like now dang. I mean, it's not bad like this by any means. There is a different way. I want to undo. Okay, what I should do, I should finish making this one, tie it off, finish it how I'm going to do this one, then make the other one and see which one looks better before I make the second one. My hands look so shiny right now. That looks weird. But yeah, that's what I should do. I should finish this one as is and then make one a different way and compare how I feel about them. That's probably my best bet for that. Yeah, okay. Okay, well, in that case, we just gotta go around kind of generically around it. I would like this to have some amount of dimensional form. Moment is gonna stick out awful lot forward. If I can get the other way to work, I'm gonna like it better than I don't want to redo this thing if I don't. I did the important counting, gosh darn it. Counting. Fine. Oh, how we all hanging in there, chat? You guys having good evenings? Just vibing? Relaxing for now? That's good, that's good. Like relaxing. That's what today was for. Playing some mayhem. Oh, got to chaos. Again. Got another idea for how I can do this on this version that might still get me shape I'm after. Might hurt. Got some shenanigans I can try here, chat. Might save me. Aside from counting, which would certainly save me, but yeah, instead of making this fully dimensional, might just be able to bring it around the back and attach it to this inner edge so that when I stuff it, it just puffs out this outer piece but leaves the inner piece flat on itself. Basically, just make it like a donut instead of a wheel. That way I just get the dimension where I want it and not on the whole thing. one more of the same size. I'll bring it back a little bit. And then and 40. Ish. Not doing, kind of. Go around the same size one more time. Start deep. That should help give the shape. Now it's starting to curl inward, realizing that all of these rows are the same length. What we want, that's good. We want it to start curling now. I just have to flip which way it curls when I'm done. Towards what I'm side. Goes to the side. I should see the size of the bag that my yarn's chilling in. Absolutely. Oh, Short Queer Bear, thank you for both the follow and the 100 bits. Much appreciated. Hope you're doing well. Happy Friday to you as well. Been lurking for about 15 minutes. Probably fit great here. What are we crocheting? So, I don't have a picture reference up for you guys right now. We are currently, I am crocheting a commission for my great aunt. I am working on a plush version of the Dodge Super Bee. So here's his little helmeted head and his little wings. Oh, and Cat's back. Hi! Welcome back, silly. You're gonna sit on all of my stuff again. Well, oh, jeez. Oh, she cannot be stopped. This is Pandora, or at least the part of her that you can see. But yes, I'm working on a plush version of the Dodge Super Bee for it's a commission from my great aunt for my great uncle. Uh, but yes, that is what we are currently working on. We're working on the tires for it. That's definitely what these are. These are definitely tires. I don't have a pattern for this, so I'm just freaking winging it. Hope you've been having a good lurk so far. Thank you again for those biddies. Very sweet of you. Hi, baby. Now I have to work over top of you. That's fine. She could sense people's presence. She's like, I must make myself known. You've been crocheting for about 15 years. Let's go. I'm much newer to it. I tried to learn when I was younger and it did not go well. Uh, but I started up again more recently. You guys don't need to see anything. That's fine. I started up again more recently to try to learn. And I mostly make like plushies and such, or at least plush adjacent things. I don't have many in here right now. I can show you this one that I just finished, though that's still in my room and not in my stuff to sell, if my cat will allow me to. And behold, it's a butterfly. You could totally see this past the cat. It's fine. Butterfly. But it has a stress ball in it, so I make stress balls mostly that I sell at like local craft fairs. Silly cat, you cannot sit on the Super Bee. We've been over this. Detail on the wings are adorable. Thank you. Thank you. I just finished that last night. I was trying to make the wings a bit more detailed than that, but it was fighting me the whole way, so that's what we got. I'm glad that it still looks nice, though. Recently decided to try your hand at reading patterns again. Currently crocheting a jester hat. Ooh. Jester hat's fun. That's exciting. I've made a couple of hats. Mostly the hats that I've made are baby hats. I have one baby hat in here that I didn't finish currently. If you're familiar with Pokemon at all, I made a baby hat that is a Alolan Vulpix. What are you doing? So yeah, I have an Alolan Vulpix hat that's still in my room here. I never tied off all of the ends on the inside, so it's still a mess. But yeah, you cannot kick. You're the one that chose to be on the desk, you silly bean. Yes, those are the few things that I have in my space at the moment. There's one other that I can grab real quick. This one's on the back shelf and it's not getting sold, but I make ones like it that get sold. Behold, Mothman. With his little wings. Silly kid. Mothman does pretty good. And right over there. Your husband. But no, I love Clowncore. Jester hat's super cute. I started a witch hat at one point that I never finished. Everything over. Process. Yep, there we go. That's fine. Okay, yeah. Here's the witch hat that I started at one point. It's all like knobbly bumpy, but I have not finished it. Cannot choose to lay on the desk and then kick me for being in my own space. Nice try, silly. Oh god, yeah. So many works in progress. We just finished one of my work in progresses at the beginning of the stream. I had to tie off all the ends on a vest that I made for my mom. I did not use a specific pattern for the hat. I think I know who you're talking about, though, and if it's the same person, I was very much inspired by them. But I think I know who you're talking about. I think I've seen them on TikTok. Their stuff is the most adorable shit. It is the cutest stuff. I want to buy more patterns from people and make all of their stuff, but I don't make enough money for that, so I look at something and go, I can make something similar, close enough. I have no clue what I'm doing. This is fine. Yeah, I think I've seen her stuff. I love their stuff. Once again, You guys don't get to see what I'm doing. Kitty. We're almost done with this row, and then I'm going to start decreasing again to round out. I'll flip it so that it goes the correct direction. Not going the correct direction to start with. Oh, cat butt stretch. We are attempting to sit on the super. Oh no, we're sitting on my glasses. That's worse. A little bit out of the crochet game for a few months, been hyper fixating on making Sims 4 custom content for a while. Let's go. I need to save up and buy more Sims stuff. I don't have nearly enough DLCs to fill when I hyperfixate on that game. And I feel, yeah, my TikTok For You page is constantly messed up by stuff. I get distracted by, like, TikToks of, like, Grey's Anatomy and shit, and so I'm like, I would like to see other things, but I'm going to get distracted every time one of these comes up, and I'm going to decimate my feed with it. Oh, I don't know why. I never watched that show when it came out, but it's on my TikTok, and yep. Oopsie bought the newest pack as well as some other packs. I now have all of the Sims 4 DLCs because of my poor financial decision. Worth it. Totally worth it. Okay. Now I can start decreasing. I can totally see where the edges are. Definitely where the loops are. It's fine. I have doomed myself because this is both black yarn and fuzzy, which is both by themselves are notoriously impossible to work with. And now I'm using both in one. It's a nightmare. I guess I will warn you, I don't normally crochet on stream to this extent. Normally I'm doing gaming content, but I needed to be a chill potato today. Yeah, black yarn I work with quite a lot because I make a lot of Mothman. Uh, but I definitely had to turn on the overhead light for this and point it at the table so I could see what I'm doing. What kind of games do you usually play? I usually play all sorts of different games. Currently we have been on a Souls-like game kick lately. We just finished up the Elden Ring DLC recently, and we have started Dark Souls 1 because apparently I hate myself. That's what the majority of our gaming has been lately. On Tuesdays, we also play Destiny 2. So yeah, if you want to watch me be absolutely horrendous at games, come to any other stream. YouTube channel's mostly been a bunch of like indie games lately. That's been kind of fun. I haven't thought about Destiny 2 in so long. Yeah, a lot of people dropped off it. I can't blame them. The game's been in an interesting state lately. But it's a great game to hop on with friends. pulling this closer and closer to me off camera, and I'm like, no, you gotta work where chat can see. Why I have OBS on the main monitor so I can see myself and know when I'm pulling away. There we go. Oh, I also will give the warning, I'm not always a VTuber. Usually I do VTuber stuff on Mondays and Tuesdays. Wednesdays and Fridays are normally my real face, but I felt like a potato today, so VTuber is good for potato days. Today was also supposed to be a much more chaotic stream, but it's fine. Yes, definitely get some good sleeps, get a lot of rest, take care of yourself. Thank you again for popping in and for those bits. That was very sweet of you. Have a good rest of your night. There you are. Okay. Yeah, I think that's gonna end up working when I stitch it back to the black on the inner piece there. Go ahead and cut the gray off here. Get this out of my way. Hide to itself inside here. As long as I stitch inside of that, shouldn't be an issue. Almost done with this first D. So then we should one time tie off and try to stitch down and see how we're feeling about it. I'll have to stuff it as I go as well because I don't want to just leave it. I'd like to be able to stuff it so it has a bit more dimension, but I don't even know if I'm going to be able to fit any stuffing in this thing. It's awful chomky, all on its lonesome. But at least it looks more tire-like now that it's donuting out. We're set here. Another important thing that I do project after the tires, I need to make sure I get the antennae on the helmet. I also need to stitch the helmet down so that it actually like sits in place properly. I need to get the antennae on the helmet, and then I have to decide if I'm actually doing, like, the exhaust pipe engine block situation. That will be certainly interesting to try to do. Probably just get away with this for that. Might be my best bet. So, might have miscounted along somewhere, but that's not end of the world. Mostly. Quite a bit to out. Gonna work. I actually might not even need stuff it already chunky, so this might just work on its own. Great. Oh, now I get to try to shove this in the here. Trying to get this yarn nightmare. It, I say. Super errant going. Well, not terrible. I think that might work, shape-wise. I don't think there's a world where I can stuff this at all. Would like a world where I can stuff this, but I just don't think. This stuffing forever. Never see it again. That might be awfully worth it. In the opening again. Map full. Taking the stuffing. Ah, muscles angry. There's just like dense spots, and then the spot that I can't get to on the direct opposite side. Just stabbing it now to try to get it to disperse. Disperse, I say! Recently stuffed vicious donut. I do think that the stuffing ever so slightly helps sell the shape a bit better. Go ahead. best I can. Send this. Okay. I think that will work. I don't think I have to make the other one that I had in mind. I think that's sufficiently shaped now because of how I did that to look enough like the tire with the dimensionality of the wheel well. To give our Super Bee one of its wheels. Think, chat. I think that's kind of the right size there, and I think it's a good shape. Is a tire. How do, Sky? How do? Now I have to make an identical one just like it. Oh, jeez. Do a heckin' eepee. Is fair, it is. Eepee times all around. Now I take my note and I try to write down exactly what the heck I did. Black. Oh, bad headset. Turn back on. Round. After round, then I did gray. Gotta get through tomorrow, and then you're on a much needed vacation to recharge. Let's go! One more day, you can do it! One. Black. One. Twice. Twenty. 10. Okay. That should be... That should be accurate enough to what I did. Then... Black ring. Black ring. Stuff. Okay. Playing Sekiro to work on your perfect card for Monster Hunter Wilds. I suppose that is one way to prep yourself for that. Gets the job done. It's fine. did I manage to do with the tail? I should have still had a tail on this to be able to stitch this on. Now I have to get extra... Frick, whatever. Oh, I'm silly. I could have just, instead of shoving the one piece in, because I didn't realize I ate the tail, instead of shoving the one piece in, I could have kept it to stitch that on. It's fine. Not the end of the world, by any means. Okay. What I do next? Then I switch colors. Yeah, that's what I did. Is that a great description, chat? You do put the thing in the thing. It tells you exactly what you need to do with no chance for confusion later. Put the thing in the thing. Exactly what to do. Okay. Now comes math and making sure I know how to count. Whee! I might have skipped some stuff. Good. Next bit, switch colors back. Yeah, there we go. Oh, not chain one. Error. Connection. Okay, roll again to 40. 12. Yeah. Looking good so far. Yeah. Five, 6. And it didn't happen. It's fine. Ah, it's a little. Got both your hunter and your warlock to level 1999. Let's go. Look how big they are. Undo one. Somehow got ahead. Oughta help. Yuck happened. Count. We're just gonna pretend I didn't miscount somehow. Sloop or whatever the fine. Sometimes you just hide your sins. Oh god. Okay. That's our 40. Now we need to do 2 more rows just like it without increasing. Straight across. Once again, I am not going to count that. Just press. Not counting Australia too, so it's a horrible excuse. But I'm not going to count. It's fine. Oh, but yeah, we got a lot done today, though, so far, chat. I mean, we finished the entire rest of Mom's Fest. We tied off all of our loose ends, wove them in. So that's done. She can Lysol it, wash it, whatever the fuck she wants to do with it. Find something to lace it with. And then we're getting both of the wheels on the Super Bee done. Great. Only got a handful of personal projects left after the Super Bee. I don't have to worry about having a stack of personal projects. Speaking of personal projects, I've got to show. Behold, a gobbo. I was making a little guy, a little goblin. He is small and fierce. Just like all of the other goblins on my shelf, except he's Crochet. But yeah, he's inspired by the Joe Cat goblins, little gobbos. I'm so glad that he is like back on social media again. Nicole Bello, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Uh, but yeah, so as far as personal projects after this commission goes, get some of that off my plate. I have a top that I started forever ago that I don't actually know where I put. Actually might be in the bottom of this bag. I think it's in the bottom of a different. Maybe not. Maybe it's in the bottom of this bag. I don't know, but I'd like to get the top done. I think I found the YouTube video that I was using to make it so I can finish following that. I want to finish that witch hat that I started that I showed off as well. And I'm feeling much better on not having a bajillion projects lying around. To be real, I was starting to get like a little bit of like project paralysis, where I just had too many lined up and I didn't want to work on anything. So, feels good to have some out of the way. I'll ever get that where you just have like too much stuff on your plate and then you don't want to do any of it, and it was all stuff that you wanted to do when you started it. Made it real rough for the part of my brain that had hyperfixated on crocheting. I was just looking at everything I had to do eh. Like no, 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 no. You gotta make the things that you're supposed to be selling. When did you start crocheting? I started crocheting last year. I tried to learn when I was younger, it didn't go well. But last year I decided that I wanted to make baby hats as a gift for a friend that was having a kid. They were having their first kid, and I wanted to make the baby some hats. So I learned how to crochet baby hats first. Uh, and that was sometime at the beginning of last year. Oh, catch up, brain. There, you can do it. Yep, yep. uh, so yeah, I started with baby hats at the beginning of last year, and then I saw TikTok videos to make those little like mushrooms. I don't have any around me to show, but I make those, and then from there I started looking up other things of a similar size because I put stress balls inside of them. I have this one nearby that I can show off. I have a butterfly one. They've got stress balls inside them. Currently with me I have butterfly and I have Mothman. Mothman has tiny wings. That's mostly what I do. Really cute idea, starting to crochet yourself. How long do you think it took you to get the hang of it? So, the base of the baby hats is actually a really good place to start because of what I do now. Because I've gone into making plushies, making the baby hats first was actually a great way to get into that. A lot of people say don't make plushies first. I kind of disagree. I'm an instant gratification person, so if you tell me to make 50 granny squares first, I'm never gonna do it. Plushies that are small and quick, perfect. Personally. But I don't think it took me too terribly long to get the hang of. The first couple of hats were obviously like super scuffed. um, actually, I think I have the first hat still. I think the first hat I kept as a draft. Dropping things is fine. Where are you at, first hat? I know you're in here somewhere. Eight. I think that's the first one. The yarn I used, though, was not a great yarn to start with. Baby yarn actually kind of, like, comes apart really easy, and it, like, mats a little bit. So this was really stressful to work with as my first, but it's just a basic, like, single crochet, which didn't take me too terribly long. Mostly it was trying to just, like, remember the pattern that got me. Now I don't do that. I just nonsense my way through things until something works, and then I write it down. But having, like, books and stuff helped as well. Things that could, like, show me pictures of different stitches. I gotta say, I don't have books. But honestly, the Pokemon Amigurumi book breaks down how to do the stitches really well. Now, I will say, I am still not good. This guy's scuffed as all get out, but it's fine. A little bit of scuff is fine. You can see that on the bottom of him, the stripes don't quite line up because of how I made him. I tried to fix that on the donut so that the donut would at least look nice. I call these donuts. They're not donuts. They're tires. Why does the bee have tires? Because car stuff. But I want to say that, like, for the basics, it only took me a couple months to, like, get the hang of that much. There's a lot of things I still super don't know how to do, and I super just wing it. And the things I do want to do, I look up or have to follow a pattern very closely for. I just made a project using granny squares that I actually just finished at the beginning of the stream. It is not in here anymore. I already sent it off to the person it goes to. But for granny squares, I super have to follow a pattern for those. I cannot freehand granny squares to save my life. Those are confusing and what? But I'm only able to freehand this stuff because I'm just doing single crochets. I'm not doing anything crazy. Mostly though, just be patient with yourself. Don't be afraid to look things up that you don't understand. There's a lot of things that some people are able to do just right off the bat, and some people just take a little longer, and that's okay. And don't work with black yarn to start. You can't see what the frick you're doing. Yeah, my recommendation for beginners is don't use black yarn and don't use fuzzy yarn. I know the fuzzy yarn looks cool and it looks like a ton of fun to play with. It's not. It's a menace to society. Um, but honestly, just like your basic colored yarns that are just like a regular thickness, just your generic I get this at the craft store yarn is your best bet. I have no patience. I just try to do what I think works in the fastest way possible because I just want to get it done. Same! And you know what? If it works, it works. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's perfectly fine. Uh, that's kind of what I did when I was stitching the back of the donut wheel closed. There should have been a total of 10 stitches, were there? I don't know. I didn't count. I'm certainly not counting right now, but you know. Should I be? Of course I should. Will I? Never. But yeah, no. Projects that take a long time, like blankets, I could never. I do not have the patience for them. And granny squares are the thing that people are going to tell you to start with. I could not have the patience to do this if I started with granny squares. I would get like a couple granny squares done, and then I would be so unbelievably bored and tired of everything. I have a friend that makes granny square blankets, and I do not know how they do it. Also, good night, Amaris. I'm sorry I missed that. They're pretty, don't get me wrong. I would love to make more stuff out of granny squares, and now that I am attempting to develop the patience, I probably will. Because there's a lot of really cute shit that I want to make out of granny squares. But my gosh, I don't have the patience for projects like blankets. Kudos to people who can make blankets, because ah, I like to make things that if I really buckled down, I could finish in a day. Realistically, I should have been done with this Super Bee ages ago. It's fine. Trying to make a bear and I had to put the head on the body, so I just did what worked. And my sister was like, I don't think that's right. Hey, as long as it even remotely resembled a bear in the end, you did fine. As long as that head is on the body and it's not going anywhere, you're good. If professionals saw what I was doing, they'd probably be like, what is wrong with you? If it works, it works. That oh, this is what I get for not counting. Chat, how many rows was that? Well, that's a problem. Uh, Based on the shape we're taking here, I'm gonna say that was both rows, and that I can start decreasing now. Maybe. Yes. Yes. Okay. Yeah, because this was the increase row, makes this one and this one two 40s. Yes. I pay attention. It's fine. Uh, cut there. Yeah, for sure. Thanks for hanging out. Have a great rest of your evening. Sleeps. Hopefully, as soon as I can finish this tire here, I can wrap up as well. We're getting there. We're getting. Might have to do more crochet streams if people are enjoying. Oh, there with the headset again. Gotta keep that on so I can hear notifications. The overhead light is getting boosty. But yeah, maybe like once a week or like every other week or something, we'll do a crochet stream and we can all vibe and work on things together. Have a day where we just all try to be productive. All over heck. Not all over. Then this put it in the dryer on like low, which oh theory. Accidentally I have an extra. This is one of the few times that my natural like don't hinge, don't give me instructions and tell me what to do that I sometimes get, this is the only time that that's actually helpful, is when I'm trying to freehand a pattern. Usually it only comes up when I'm playing video games and I'm just like, no, just let me. In which case, it's not usually a very helpful thing. But it's great for trying to freehand patterns. Why are you meowing at me? You're just gonna sit in the door and meow at me. That's what you're choosing to do now? I know that there are other people in this house. And I'm sure that are attempting to bamboozle me for food. But Mama does that, and you know that. So, and not bamboozle headbutting me. I love you. Silly kitty. But you know I'm not the one that feeds you. Trying to get extra food out of me. Yeah, trying to. Thinks she's so sneaky, chat. Really does. Believe in this. Of course, really. What else would it? Been a very kitty stream this time around. Hi, sweets. You are once again laying on the scissors. That is not good for you. You're also laying on. I'm not even gonna try to find it. She's laying on the tapestry needle too, chat, which I'm getting very close to needing. Babby, I need what you just laid on. The scissors were easy to grab. It's a good thing that thing's plastic and not in any way actually sharp. Oh, you tiny men. We love you. Quite rambunctious today. Most streams, when you get off the desk, you don't come back. It has to be because I'm specifically like working on my desk this time that she is so interested in what I'm doing. Because yeah, normally she harasses us like once at the beginning of a stream session, but today has been a pretty consistent back and forth of I'm going to be in your business. Hi. Got to that very wonderful part of what I just mentioned where I said I was going to need that tapestry needle really soon. It's now really soon, and I kind of need the thing that you are laying on. I don't want to touch your stomach because I know that it's, but I know what you are laying on. Are you trying to do? I don't can't tell. Are you trying to fire to? I can find. There it is. This. I'm sorry, but you laid on it and I had to find it. That with me now. Remind you, you are the one that chose to be there. This was your decision. Okay. Start stuffing now so I don't. Stuffing as I go seems far smarter. Doing? What are you doing there? Hmm? I'll take. Cannot have the stuffing. Oh, goodbye. Maybe. Okay. last. On the tires. I lost again. Get back here. On with. Now I have to carefully tie this off. A lot shorter than I thought it was gonna be. Finagle. Shenanigans here. So that should let me down. Okay, chat. There we go. There's a little bit of scuff going on, but by and large, we've got 2 tires that look relatively the same. Phew! They will go on our Super Bee with his super wings. Just like that. Woohoo! Not bad, chat. Not bad. They could certainly look a lot worse. Oh, man. But there. That project is now much closer than it was before to being finished. Okay. We are gonna go ahead and wrap things up there, though, chat. About 5 hours. Not a bad time there, not a bad time. I hope you guys enjoyed the chiller crochet stream. If you guys enjoyed it, maybe we'll try to do it more often. But sorry again that we didn't get to do the subathon shenanigans with the penny polishing. Next week we will try to get that in on either Monday or Wednesday. I should be feeling fine by then for that shenanigan. I'm hoping to do it Monday, I think, is the plan for that. Give me my body as much time to recover from the random sauces before PAX. So yeah, that's hopefully the plan. I'll talk to Mom and see if Monday works, have her assistance with that again. Enjoy relaxing stream. Comfort. yeah, I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. And it was nice to see new friends stop by. Always appreciate that. Uh, but yeah, no streams over the weekend, chat. That is strictly chill vibe time only. So we will be back Monday regardless of what it's with. Let's see though who's online that I can send y'all over to. In a raid tonight is online doing things and stuff and whatnots. A lot of people do. I'm sending you to Blazing. Blazing's on their Be Right Back screen right now, but that's fine. Blazing's playing Hollow Knight. I love Hollow Knight. Alright, chat. Y'all know the drill with raids, though. Nice, follow Blazing's rules. Most importantly, have fun. I hope that you all have an absolutely wonderful day, night, evening, whatever the absolute heck it may be for you. Have a wonderful weekend, and I hope to see you all next time. Have a good one, you guys. Goodbye. Goodbye.